every time. Every time with that bomb of a flashbang. Ugh. Wait, no, not Crystal. Don't mind me, was doing some space stuff earlier. Okay, audio is working well. Sorry for the double sound for a moment. It was something that had to happen. Bump and shit, bump and shit, bump and shit, bump and shit. So hello everyone, Kaiju-Z again with another Monday Final Fantasy XIV stream. Today we're continuing with MSQ with patch 7.3's post Dawntrail MSQ, completing the, I guess, Dawntrail section before we begin work on the part that bridges us to Evercold in the next few weeks. It's raining. It can only mean good things for the story. Alright. So Solution 9. Let's get Cat Dad on the move. How is everyone doing today? Today's been a bit uncomfortable. Kinda tapped the back of my ear a bit, so it's kind of aching. But I'm gonna be soldiering through it. Hey. Gossip has coordinated efforts with the administration here in XIV. We have to work hard in hand to ensure that the people can get back to their normal lives. I worry about Kalyx, though. I know he's still frustrated that he couldn't do anything to stop the machines. If only there was a way to take his mind off of things. I would dedicate myself first to healing and magic so I may help treat people's wounds. It will be a time-consuming process to reacquire my abilities, but a necessary one that I dare not rush, even though there's no telling when Calyx will make his next move. Real. We've set up patrols inside, so I came back here to see how things are. Fortunately, although we stopped the rampaging of cargoes, now we have to deal with delays in electro transports and slowdowns in production. The complications will likely continue for some time. Mrawa'a and Alfredo patrolled the city while we stole in us. They continued treating Levin sickness and those injured in the attack. I shall stay here to help their efforts, so I suggest taking the opportunity to get through some rest. Okay, just continue where we left off. I couldn't fight them, and I couldn't even get the fire back when it was stolen. So what good am I? You're like 6! I will feed you soup! I need to find a way to be more useful. Get some crayons! Start drawing! Targeted tragedy. Shell wishes for a moment of your time. I think this is a really big difference between Galuja and his father. Galuja overly takes responsibility for everything that happens, while Saraja just kind of pushes that aside. If you have a moment, Mrawa'a, Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking in finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective on the conversation. Okay. Sorry to drag you into the meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats that XIV is facing right now. Not so much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where the things stand would be beneficial for us as well. It's like we did this last week or something. First things first, then, let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation, and vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about the incident since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged, so as far as I know, that's the good news. Yeah. The bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons. But if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The King's Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Calyx. He lived in the age of the Storm Surge as I did. Dead-eyed child. Lest you forget, he was known as for his advancements in electrope technology. It was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough, exploring treatments for level sickness, designing Everkeep's core systems, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he has ostensibly been trying to help? I don't pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations. Only he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the simulants to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is ensured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calyx's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With the relic in his possession, he will draw ether from their reflections, then expand his efforts to create endless thousand-fold. Well, I have my doubts he wants to make more. If we mean to foil Calyx's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which unfortunately is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I've failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. I'll help you. While Kaluja and Shell are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calyx. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Two brown-coated men dashing into action. Count me in! And a yellow-coated one? Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep. So, shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks. You too. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Landsguard. I want the soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tuliolao. Afino and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover the sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Mrawa''s group if you have me. Alright. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier. As long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you, I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm all worried about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. You'll change your tune once we get it back with the goods on Calyx. Then the drinks are on you. I have a feeling these two had like a Stola and Thancred relationship up until now, and continuing on. Come on, let's continue this outside. Just really tell Stola and Thancred. Because Thancred is actually not max height for a Midlander. Our demand must to ensure the happiness of Alexandria and its people. Uh-huh. The sea looks as though it is regaining a sense of normalcy. Alas, the people not to forget recent events. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? Are you alright, Jude? Me? Oh no, given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death. And so they were for the longest time. That was seriously not a kindness. Then the moment mortality once again becomes an avoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. You can't deny death. It's gonna happen. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choice for this country's future back in the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle it? And you think we can handle that responsibility after everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that convinces me you can. I woke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We'd best not let you down. Now I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when the battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for such an eventuality. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. Good. In that case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Mrawa'a and I will take the east. Very well. We shall end our patrol in the plaza just past Trueview and await you there. Brown coats, blue hair. Vision shenanigans. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and shout the people we meet on the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or two we didn't know before. Okay. Punch it, punch it, punch it, punch it, punch it, punch it. Yeah, I've been playing Cyberpunk 2077 and there's a particular song by us cracks that just sticks to the brain, you know? The Scions and I will is safe to be around now. I just know it's going to happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a new regulator. Coming in is the only way. Even Queen's Fiend said so. Uh-huh. The memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you have to scrape you off the street outside the morning or afternoon. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shell, so I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. Guess I have to ask Shell. But yeah, he probably forgot like parents, sibling, or someone he was dating who died. You want to hear my story? I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear. There's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His hair will dropped right out of the sky, and he didn't survive the crash. Town fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant until it happened. So, someone who actually has a plain sense. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first. But now that I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friend. When there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Mrawa'a, what? I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard. One we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. If you pursued after afraid, the fights are likely to break out over the new regulators. That the victim of violence wasn't wearing a regulator? Yes, that's it. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find evidences that can help us confirm if there was a pattern or not. What gets me about all this is that even people who weren't on the street during Zoraj's culling, they also would have had regulators. Like, there's no way they didn't have souls saved up. Or they just work in a field where they were easily to die and just didn't care because they would come back. Yeah, again, this is very wasteful use of souls. Mr. Cargo. It was once my job to deliver goods to by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones would jump for joy when I brought them packages. The old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I hate for anything bad to happen to them. Aww. Did I also mention that I like living? Living is one of my favorite activities. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured 87 individuals. Casualties 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators 0. As realized from relieving members, only a handful of people used to go out and about without regulators. How times have changed. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators. I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away the breeze. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. Mrawa'a, I think it's time we rejoined Crow and Scions. I was half joking with my boast to Shell, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing the avenue of inquiry. Didn't Christ say to meet them in the plaza just outside of Review? Let's get going. Yep. Observant people would say the white dust is the remnants of every victim. They took something from them. Memories and souls. Everything else was dust. We finished our patrols as well. It don't seem that more people wanted new regulars than before. So essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators. Well, the numbers are still tentative and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed their regulators was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? As an example, really. Based solely on the lack of new regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply failed to acquire one of their limited devices. But those who wear no regulators at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. But another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Calyx has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone! With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all of this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps the sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. Maybe the fear makes the souls extra potent. What if the dust found on the various sites? Could something have been done to the victims? I wonder, what about the sanitation worker story? She saw no bodies, but monitors mentioned piles of white dust. Huh? Dust, but no bodies? Now where have I heard that before? You recall when we went to save Erenville from the sentries and the dustcuts? That Usher Malachite told us much the same thing. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. Both stories speak of missing remains. It's suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if the substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calyx's murderous actions. Mrawa'a, we need your help. I have control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. I believe the members are on their way now, but we're so close enough to join. But are you close enough to join them? We'll be on our way, Kaiju-Z, don't worry. Damn it! Our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go. Kabam! Uh-oh. Ah, yes. The horrors. The horrors.
Stay back! Stay away from me!
Leave him alone.
Kablam. Oh.
Are you all right?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me.
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
Now those don't look like bare hands. What are you talking about?
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Do you know know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Oh no.
Go to them, quickly!
Going.
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape.
How bad of a shape is she? Oh no.
Mother.
Oh, there's blood on the ground. Ah.
Isadora. Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital. I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Little guy.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
He knows. He knows.
Thank you, miss.
Little guy.
Will she sleep like that forever?
No.
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it. That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
Reminds me of me in my youth. The promise of tomorrow. She should recover in due course. I'm glad we arrived when we did. Okay. When I was sick and couldn't move, my mother was always at my side, always keeping me company. I'm going to do the same for her. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard sounds of fighting. I'm sorry. He must have fallen protecting the residents. The undershoulders. A comrade. You think he may have been struck down? If he's wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please! It isn't safe and you still need rest. Just stay with me, Luce, and watch over Isadora for me. We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful of yourself. Why is this happening? That man, is awful. Yeah. Isadora is going to be alright then. I'm so glad. I've just finished my administrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. The brave soul. He gave his life to save another. He now protected me. I don't understand why any of this is just happening. That sentry was behaving normally like any other, then all of a sudden it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx demanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We came as soon as Mrawa'a sent word. Oh. I'm sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Something happened? Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. And we need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. Then we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Our thanks. Here, take these communicators. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting their signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Mrawa'a has one too, so ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck and stay safe. Just said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. Oh, Geode. Where are you, Geode? Please, Geode, please be safe. Yes, our dear friend Geode, who we've known, sort of. You've seen a sign of Geode. Perhaps you should search further into the east. To the east we go. Kyle, have you seen something? Let's search around this apartment first. See no sounds of Geode? Mrawa's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geode! Geode, answer me! There's no response. Perhaps you should continue your search further to the east. To the east we go. We fall. Up. You see what's up, blah, 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 blah. There's the boy. The man. The Geode. Oh my Geode.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
not to read quick.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
Uh-oh. Oh, damn. Dusted.
That dust.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether.
There we go. That was the thing. And what's left is
The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims.
remnants.
They must have modified the soul cells.
Great.
Shit.
Of all people to say shit, the next pick was gonna be him. Shite, maybe, but. No, of all times.
Damn you! You can't be here! You need to run, now!
Well, shit.
A trap!
They can make traps. And there's the third one. And the fourth. Oh, Geode. Well.
Take care of the others, eh?
R.I.P. Geode.
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now?
The lives they would have lived, you psychopath.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promise to halt my harvest?
You would only seek other victims.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Just bonding over being blue-haired with brown coats and cool eyewear. I can't. There are no words. About these ashes and the soul cell you left behind. Was that a twisted way of returning Geo to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your callous cruelty. I said he's a psychopath, but he's more of a sociopath. He was our friend. Even so, some would say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 others could continue their mortal lives. If our reflections still in Aether allowed for many more endless, or that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well there is not noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let that key fall into his possession, Mrawa'a. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents in reflections elsewhere. We should return to the back room. Surely others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Mrawa'a Kruug to meet us there as well. Yeah, Mrawa'a Kruug was the more sensitive one of the two. Shell. I'm so sorry, Shell. Here's your boy.
Our dear Geode. The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is?
Short,
I'll never forgive
painful.
Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him.
The drawback of
Wait,
having
where are you
the...
going?
I'll talk about this later.
To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you, Cryle.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after
Thanks,
adding
Shell.
what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Take your time. Hey, Aaronville. I spoke with Wooklamot. They've cut their meeting short to deal with the aftermath of the latest violence. I assume you know better by now, but I hope you're not planning to try anything alone. We're all here with you. Uh-huh. They brought back General's gun. Its rounds were spent and the barrel was scorched, so you can be sure he went down fighting. I'm told that the members tasked with keeping residents safe returned with the body of their comrade. They all risked so much. We made a swift patrol of their levels and confirmed that Calyx had carried out a number of targeted attacks, all to harvest more ether, it seems. I got back control of the stations probably around the same time Calyx left. I'm sorry I couldn't stop him. When their comrade gone, some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode was. He was older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shell knew him longer though, and Surely taking it the hardest. And that's on top of what happened to Kakyoa. Do you think we could check on her? See how she's doing? She'd like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Yeah, apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better at this, I know. As you said, you need time to work through it. I've been in your position multiple times. You're right, I ought to heed my own words. As it stands, I'm of no use to anyone. Kakyoa used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber, so if you've short of spare. Of course, I'll be after you in a second. Right then, let's get out to Everkeep for a bit. Right, so, what was I gonna say? Okay. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of our air-wheelers. They've had their communication modules removed, so that even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say a word and we'll set off. Okay? Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylon, so follow my lead. Right, so what I was saying is, the downside with having the air-wheelers are generous babies. You won't find any smoother rides and all of Everkeep. I'm just gonna wait for later, okay? So, just gotta keep moving. For years now, I've been taking one of them out for a turn whenever I need it to lighten my mood. I need to go and grab that later. Sometimes Gio will come along too, and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. You know, you could have done that for the past few patches. Yeah, so I was saying, the downside of the film. Fuck! Almost there. Be sure to ground the grass clear before you touch down. Phew. That's helped clear my head a touch. You know, Mrawa'a, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an oblivious to recruit. As far as I remember, at least, the memories from my regular days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Uh-huh. Right, so what was I saying? Yeah. The downside is to having a MMO story in the parameters that they do with 14. And this is unfortunately a thing with Dawntrail, is that some things unfortunately get set to the wayside. We could have used some time with Geode during the MSQ maybe, or in the first few patches, to build up more on his relationships. Because now we're just getting all this after he's dead, which is a valid technique to use. This is if this was like a single player game, it'd be a little different. Just our luck. Thanks. You can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and walk the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and this villain's feet clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
Of course. To Chill's memory.
Oh!
What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I feel there's to be a lot that we're gonna have with these twins. Because they were... I mean, they weren't exactly prominent, but they definitely had their, like, moment in the base
I
Dawntrail.
suppose I could spare a moment.
The characters we're believing are characters that I was very curious about. And I kind of wish they did more with. Just imagine doing
They
like a
tell
little...
us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
The crazy things. Yeah, this is another problem I have. The dialogue for American sounding
Those were the
characters.
days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I
Needed
met
to let
you.
go about.
I still wore a regulator then. I had recently lost someone close to me. And also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company.
Uh-huh.
So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause.
Ah, savvy.
It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier. And learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I could see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this. And why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
Appreciate you helping me through this. And no, I'm not only the grief. You've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized, which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. Darkness in the heart. Shale steals her heart for the work ahead. It's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I was crowd for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Mrawa'a? Moshi? Mrawa'a, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts, and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you're finished attending to Shell, of course. It seems your plans have been set for you. Go on, I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. The life of an adventurer. You won't be staying without guilt at all. Mrawa'a, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet familiar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. Would you speak with them and see what you think? I hope to be proven wrong. I fear something is wrong. It is not right here. Okay. Oh, please, tell me you brought more new regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors there were a few left over. Surely the government will still have some, or perhaps Queen's Fiend? I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then I hardly gave death a second thought. Now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. God. Greetings. I remember you visited with Queen's Fiend. Can you check on our well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People were terrified, and the clamor for new regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper. You must cast it out. The darkness grows closer and deeper. You must cast it out. Praying. To what? You're not wearing a regulator? Don't you know the end is coming? Well, if you lose your life, well, it's your life to lose. Me, I got myself one of those new regulars and registered a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing me the number of registered users. Right now, it's staying at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be endless. I'm going to evolve and live happily ever after. You won't live if you're dead. Bunch of coddled pieces of filth. Sorry, but I just there's like respect culture, this and that. Their culture is eating souls. So what do you think? Was I right to worry? Tensions are running high. Their fear is palpable. Everyone's wearing, well, not everyone, but some of them are wearing new regulators. Is that exactly it? The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear. And with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Moshi, bro, can you come to a resolution? We have a problem. I've already here with Lamachi and Elfno. Alice calls. We need to go. It sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Calyx. There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity.
Let me introduce you to the or
Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless. With evolution's brilliance, will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step.
unless it's not where regulars and take
This
your lives
is
in your own
the right
hands.
path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Vauwuklamat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go,
So it's for
or
those
who
who
we
register,
encounter with,
dipshit.
we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated.
She's holding
Tuliolal
back
will aid you
such
in
a strong
whatever
cuss
way we
word.
can. So please, remain calm.
These people really don't deserve it.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
My apologies. The sign is not responding to any of our attempts to change the display or switch it off. I'm sorry, I couldn't be there in time. Proud told me everything that happened while we were away. First those dildo malfunctions and now a citywide announcement. He has spent considerable effort recruiting his 5,000 endless, perhaps more than necessary even. We had the hopefuls who descended on Amatis to disperse for now. We could see two tempers in the crowd where I started the fray. This latest wave of attacks may not have been as widespread, but people are reaching their breaking point. We have to stop Calyx and as soon. Calyx has access to the core system, which means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with the death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet, if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Clement, please let them shut into the We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations and we'll be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, we're ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue or some kind soon. He can't lose forever. Alright, this batch was very long, I remember now. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. Yeah. Alright. You give so much of yourselves to aid those in need. I must endeavor to find my own small way to help. Preservation, their purpose. Bowlcut assesses the surroundings with grim determination. Todilla would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of the bright haven of peace and laughter? Clamat. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. That was the promise made to her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy in our own, yet alone we lacked the strength to protect them. There is so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. And that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared the love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. I don't remember this dialogue. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could be friends. Girlfriends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Svi. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we protect the things we love. That's how we protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. And don't forget about me! Chloe! We won't be where we are now without you. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shell needs a hand? There you are! Goloja! Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Let's say the others said you were here. Good news, Mrawa'a. We finally found a crack in Calyx's armor. We discovered the laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed the Preservation Initiative. Containment Complex 10 to 29, it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calyx is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up! We need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities, and I have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Okay, back to the back. But first... Yip, yip, yippee! Shell made me her assistant. She was teaching me the basics of data management. Reservation laboratories. I shouldn't think at what they were researching, but this is no time to be squeamish. It sounds like Kalyx has played a big part in his breakthrough. I'll be sure to treat him to a fine feast once this is all over. I'll share the method we used to find the containment complex once we are inside. It wasn't actually all that different in the story of how we stumbled across the back room. An institute of preservation scale would have had many such facilities in the city, yet I cannot help but wonder if this is where my parents worked. Ready to head up? Head up? Next stop, the 10th level. Let's do this. Everything's dark and mysterious.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Real. But I can see everything. Because I'm a night cat. I'm a cat of the night. Night cat.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
Maybe that's something.
If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
Maybe that's something. Okay, good.
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
Shell in this room that is stale.
It was thanks to Dawntrail and Kalyx that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City.
Uh-huh.
As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author.
Wow.
We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Kalyx hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
You're a treasure, Shell. Sounds like you need one of Jones' energy tonics. You're a treasure, Shell.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx. We're more than happy to help, of course, but I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
Good question.
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
You all know our main objective. We are here to pick up Calyx's trail, and I've learned of a certain device that should help us to just that. I will explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now as for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is the researcher's commons located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is in the northeast of here. So we should get across a circular chambers in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but... Fortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We will need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, I'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you know, work some electro magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let's get to the searching, shall we? I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. You begin searching for the chemical complex. Close your preparation will be necessary to come. Okay. Yeah, this one took a while, I think. Let's see. A few documents sit in a tidy sack atop the desk. You find no security cards hidden among them. Among us. This appears to be the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell us the glance that the desk's former owner has left some things behind. A rifle. You discover a card-shaped object. The leg-drop surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be the one we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. Wrong way. I was rather quick, and I'm fine with that. A scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of similar size to the scanner panel. Let's give it a go. You hold the card-shaped object to the scanner. It's open! You did it, Mrawa'a! And a good thing too. I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. I'm curious though, why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by Director Demetrius, or so the terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Now let's continue onwards. The door to the Director's office is across the central hub. To the room labels on the map. We haven't entered any of the actual labs yet. Not a single soul here besides us. Another locked door. We could try the same card again, but looks like every room can be accessed from this hub. That must be the door to the director's office. Go on, try a card. Odds are it's not gonna be it. Hold the level 1 security card up, but the scanner beeps in disapproval. No good. Well, maybe we need a different card. Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chafes me, we'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the correct card we need. Let's start our search in a proto lab. The door's already open at least. We'll find a way through together. Shell? I'm sure of it. Please excuse my impatience. That means to track down Calyx or close, and I should get my hands on them. I looked for the data tablet and found the journal. I read it to you. Results on experiment 158 showed the marked improvement on ether extraction rates. Last we found we have achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I will preserve this historic number, along with a few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number. 158. That's it? Data tablet. It appears to be researcher's personal data tablet. Okay. Today I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any unorthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calyx's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of his flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I've heard others praise his genius intellect, yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calyx's blinding brilliance. The morning I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory, as predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen Sphene insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Mrawa'a colleagues, including the Proto-Lab chief, have been behaving in a slightly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow, I have been assigned to assist with the research project in the Dawntrail lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up on my memory data. You have reached the end of journal entries. Okay. Cryo. This machine feeds into solar cell. I am reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Sure, this device wasn't made to hold people. What is it, Wilkamot? These notes seem to be about the research they did in here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148. Submitting interference candidate 201930 to be considered. 201930 for efficiency procedure review. Experiment 158. Maximum value 11509. Recorded. Comparative study to be included in the report. Alright then. Oh, and one more. Experiment 163. New proposal produced the results of 9834. Decreased value verified. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it will make sense later on. Honestly, I'm very confused myself. The way this room is set up. The canister inserted into the large device looks to be a soul cell. Could Would this be where they conducted their experiments to create Atlas? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Kaluja mentioned a locker over to the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps we can take a look. Okay. The locker door is shut tight, but the number pad suggests that inputting the correct combination will open it. You have gleaned some numerical data during your investigation. Attempt to enter the combination. Enter a combination. Select the number keys on the pad to input a combination. Enter up to 5 digits, then press to confirm the key. You have entered the number pad. Is this supposed to be the right combination? Damn. No. 11509. Huh? Well. The locker pops open. Inside you discover a level 2 security card. A level 2. So we gotta go to another room then. Mrawa'a, you got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? And level 3, don't we? Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. You do well, Mrawa'a. Yes, that's what I do. Press buttons. These preservation members led such surprising normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I guess I imagined they'd be more... what's the word? Bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calyx on his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless, regardless. But I assume those who could not or would not eventually left the organization altogether. I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their Genetium tablets. The one they read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You could tell how much they admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablets there? Right, let's move on to the investigation into another room. Well, we have the tutorial lab and the maintenance facility left to research, both for access via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub to the locked room across the way, which will hopefully yield before a new security card. I'll take the old one if you like. Not people have any more use for it. By all means, collect the cards. Let's try. Yes, it opened! So where should we go first? Tutorial lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. You heard, President Baby. Shell, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, not at all. It's possible the energy supply to this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be routed from facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the duty wrap, shall we? Engaging power supply. No good. It's restarting an error. There must be preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shell, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the outer lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down to the hall directly to the tutorial lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to the cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe we have the right of it. Using the control panel set in each of the tiles, we create a broken path to the power. Path to the power. Follow. Which I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. You and me both, sister. Indeed, but if you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it. Used the type of machine before. Then would you be willing to try to configure the circuit path, Mrawa'a? The rest of us can help by supplying Mrawa'a with whatever information might be found in the circuitry configuration. Okay, so that's not it. You have connected the circuits to inform the members of the successful configuration. Everyone, I solved the puzzle. As clever as a fox. It worked. We did it, Mrawa'a. The Dawntrail should be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shell, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves, and one of those labels caught my eye. Preservation during days is the title. Of course, it's only take a moment to bring up the content. Family lore. It looks to be a text-based account. Read it out loud. By all means, read. Preservation, an Alexandria Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calyx, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the storm surge. With Calyx's designs for the new defensive solutions funded in a large part by the Treasury, as the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calyx funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the storm surge came to an end, with Calyx eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this is the account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once before the storm surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calyx could not have been more than 10 years old of age, and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death, even though I could hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to the kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support for this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports of the endless research and other less urgent matters. So he had no way of knowing what kind of person Calyx was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has never been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs. That mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? We press on. I've done my job correctly. If I've done my job correctly, the door to the tutorial lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. Alright. Move along. I was kind of dropping the puzzle, but it worked in the end. The energy current seems stable enough, so you should let me handle this one. Secure that if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. Yeah, that's not a short circuit. Johnny 5 is alive. A calculated evolution. Shell is examining the cloud scanner. Right, I'll get this door open. Phew, smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Got some buffers and that? Yep. The cup. Or something like the cup. The key to interdimensional fusion. There looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they're using it to make another key, but isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Mrawa'a has? We may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Mrawa'a relic. Once the stranger came into its possession, preservation began working to harness its power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here. So what might that tell us? The crystal itself is the key. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. This is my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with electro, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, nor when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. In our next visit, I will have to enlist Stoll's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there is a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons. That means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than a level 3 is no good for us. This little storage crate is filled with documents, binders, and other miscellaneous objects, none of which are security cards. Why were they making so many vessels? Did the other ones not work properly? Probably. Also, this kind of looks like a 3D printer. I searched through these drawers. One of us is bound to find something. I'm sure of it. Maybe someone left a card on a shelf somewhere. I keep holding on to hope that I will find some evidence of my parents here, despite knowing there is none. You find a security card in the cabin's drawer. Oh, did you just find a security card? Oh, that was a stroke of luck. Let's have Shell examine it to be sure. Shell, I did the thing. Well, if it isn't exactly what we needed. That's what, Mrawa'a. Oh, a level 3. They should get us into the director's office. So what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shell? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us. Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I am looking for a Zeta relay. A what? After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation, which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the dots as routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system. It has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the key's holder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can't follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's recounting all its surveillance traffic, so it's like a wall, a black wall of some kind, then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason that he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Mrawa's strength. How can he possibly dream of stronger than him? Primos. Oh, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data though, if you'd like to see it. I'll start the show then.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me. I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Yep.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject. But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
That is a small gun.
Protocol, you understand.
Also, oh god,
there can be
he
no
killed
exceptions.
her. How could he? Oh god. Oh, blood. That was... Oh, blood. Oof. Yeah. They're not afraid to get a little bloody here. She only wanted to leave and he executed her. I checked the image against the personal data, and the man who pulled the trigger was the director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since the incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I am not surprised given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as preservation agents closed in on them. I did not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... They did not regret their actions, Cryle. You are their living proof. Right, the Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give you great comfort. Oh, Cryle. Were we not Sphene? Thanks to the haven of living memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? The tale behind the keys deserves a fitting conclusion. The director's office! Again, I need to point out, I like President Baby. I like Galucha. But I feel like Kraus should have gotten his screen time. A scanning device, it awaits silently for a security card with appropriate level of clearance. But on the other hand, we do need new characters. He is a good character. You hold the level 3 security card up to the scanner. And I am not a simp for Crow. So I can separate my thoughts from this. There we go. Let's head inside. Now find the data relay. And don't be shy, everyone. Speak of if anything odd catches your eye. Mrawa'a, come with me. Might have need of a security card. Let's go. Oh, my apologies. I was thinking about the key. This is a report of reducing people to IFA. How much energy can be harnessed per individual? This Director Demetrius was very particular about how he decorated his office. We've got incense and vases and some kind of gem display. Something odd. Damn. This terminal isn't connected to any outside networks, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, Mrawa'a, could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? Drinks? Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. Shelves. You find a crumpled note wedged between the file blinders. Secure room life access. Requires a password to be input simultaneously in terminals. And the proto lab, the digital lab, and the director's office. Perhaps this discovery would be of interest to Shell. The crystal soul cells may have once belonged to the director. They appear to be empty. Oh no, such tragedy. Shell says this room is too small. How could that be? Something strange about this wall. I could have sworn it flickered for a moment there. Seems solid enough now. Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably the director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the table. Search the locker. The door to the locker swings open easily. It contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. You pick up the data tablet to begin skimming through the contents. Daily reports. Nothing of note. General daily report, nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today, temporary interdimensional portal verified. Few attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Mary Factory is a full personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for ether reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected the resignations of 2 Malala researchers. Major incident. Details info report. Those 2 inept Malala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx's physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem it fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. Shutdown protocols. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Have you found something? Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? With instructions for accessing a secure room, no less, seemed we needed an answer and password on the 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No. A precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access to the lift itself is concealed too. Concealed by an electrope, you mean? Could it be the wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Kikiwa used to say, Shell? Never trust an electrope surface. Electrope isn't always what it appears to be. Oh, of course. Electrope is how you alter the look of all of Solution 9's floors and walls, isn't it? In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. There we go. Another door! I managed to deactivate the projection, but look, it's another story. Didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the Pro Lab. And I'll take the Interior Lab. Actually, it might be better if you stay, Estinien. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If its passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I could help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. I'll take digital lab duty, then. We can keep in touch via communicators to match our timing. Now you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, the incubator set its terminal. I'll stand by to guide Wuklamon and Crow through the process. You know, there was a display plate over there. The one with the gems. I thought this was made of electro, but might have some other purpose. but I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out? I know what it needs. 2 jewels are minus electroplate. You left a blue gem as a sapphire, the red gem as a garnet. There also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fill. Okay. If they're interested in... Okay. Got it. Let's see if I move this bit, then go to the circuit, then that one there. Huh? There was something inside. What's pretty green stone? I figured it might be Alexandrite. They said these gems were so treasured in the past that they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold this one just in case. Okay. That's what we needed. I remember Alexandrite being the thing because I needed that in around Born Relic shenanigans. There we go. So almost fit snugly in place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines in a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. Decorative pattern. See the display before you. On second thought, perhaps the shapes were chosen for reasons aside from the aesthetic. Arcane circuit. Consider the display before you. On second thought, a floor plan of this complex. As you continue studying the display, you realize that these shapes correspond with the rooms of the complex in which you are now stand. This may be related to the passwords you were looking for. And sapphire in this place. We've got enough information to penetrate the passwords. We're all set to go here. Vuklamat and Crow are just waiting for their passwords. Let's start with Vuklamat in the Pro Lab. What should she enter? Sapphire. And a password for Crow to Tutor Lab? Got it. And lastly, what will we be put in our director's office? Alexandrite. Right, we have all 3 passwords ready. Now to enter them into the system at the same time. It's returning an error. Let's be a piece of puzzle. Maybe Sphene and Galuja have noticed something perhaps this plate can't give us. Okay. Garnet. Stuff. Guess I messed up. That's your put them in though. Okay. Seen. Short. Should take a closer look at these reports. One of them might have Hen's password. Uh-huh. What am I missing? Very confused. Let me see. Heat the stones. That must be about special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, but each type of gem means something different. I bet if you ask Fiend, she could tell you about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. Okay. If you have questions, you only need to ask. The symbolism of Alexandroid. Right, so... Okay. Well, I was taught that Alexandroid represents the concept of protection. It is incidentally also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking that it has something to do with the passwords? A sapphire and god as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Let's see. As I said, protection. Alexandroid, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty. And god symbolizes devotion. We should try these words in the terminals and see if they accept it. I still hope we're right. Okay. Okay, let's do it like this then. Well, we're all set to go here. Ulklamat and Crowd are just waiting on their passwords. Let's help with Ulklamat in the Pro Lab. What should you do? Honesty. And the password for Crowd in the Digital Lab. Devotion. And for this one, protection. Right, we have all three passwords ready. Not to enter them into the system at the same time. Finally. Listen to me! Yes! Oh, I'm so glad that worked. The secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Mrawa'a and Kruug join us. Alright everyone, time to board the lift and see what awaits us.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
Yeah. Remonder's not working.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which XIV employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
Is that Electro somewhere?
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electro-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Living Memory.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso Terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in Living Memory.
You did. And XIV's program performed just as she intended. The Meso Terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sfien's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso Terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the Source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere.
Well.
Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Normally I would be flattered, but that little runt electrified me.
Time's up. and what a waste of time it's been.
Look, I was really confused on that puzzle, okay?
Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you.
Aw, for me!
Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories have become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key.
Yes, my key.
I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
Oh, we get a nerve. Doomed Yuri, doomed Yuri.
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me?
He doesn't even dignify her with a response like, "Oh my God, I am a centuries-old man stuck in the body of a teenager, and even I'm too old for this shit."
Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
I'm with you. It's the next move.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
You can thank us after we kick that old sorcerer kid's ass. Phew, well, that was an adventure. It may not have been by the method of Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed, we'll remain curious about Preservation's research into the key. That is an investigation for another day. Then let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. It's time to put an end to Calyx. Calyx won't stop until we stop him. I've passed on the short version of events to our comrades so that we can all prepare for the challenge ahead. The situation isn't the best out there, but at least you've come back to us safe and sound. It was my other self who entrusted you with the key. Though she could not change who she was, the consequences of her final choice linger, empowering us to shape our own future. Shale has been out of sorts ever since we got back. I don't think she liked what Calyx said. Don't worry, I do my best to cheer her up. Damn that bastard Calyx! He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. And that infuriating condescending way he spoke to us. Oh, we'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. The knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much in a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. Mrawa'a, we've briefed the reveal and everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly, and though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If you are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Dimensional Terminal, then that is why we must go. I'm so upset at being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Scions I may have become. But most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and joyful tomorrow. Keep safe, of course, but no Knuckles heroics. It has always been your fight as much as ours, if not more. Thank you for understanding what this means to me. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. Alex needs saying, but Your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you in the battle. So don't for Alice and the others on this point that they have already left for living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. Oh. I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing new regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be in my standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Good kid. Oh, Mrawa'a. Crowd, I think that we should talk to Gossen before we leave from living memory. The Calyx direction preservation has helped shape the Xange society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, so we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of folk who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gossen will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word for the wrong without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. Okay. Dungeon and Trial coming up soon. I see Guston's wearing a new regulator. He'll have some thoughts to share on the subject, I wager. There is thick of a sense of unease. At least around Guston himself. Government officials must be fielding demands from all quarters. I do not envy Guston's position. This is gonna be voiced.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start.
Hey!
For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them.
Preach!
The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis.
Now, of course, if you've done the quest line with the Viera in the back, or Shtona.
We came together and thought about how we could help.
There's one way on the left. You know that she also held something significant
We've
with her
decided to
mother.
join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
Oh, except maybe for Striker.
A battle of ideas,
And the
on the
Fatbear.
other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer.
This hits extra better
Perhaps that will
since I
help
did the
to
side
ease your
quests.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who've
Just
already
press button,
registered will
blind
be difficult
woman.
to sway. But there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossen, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence.
You'd be a horrible example of second in command.
Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is.
Come on, they do.
Wasn't. What I meant to say was.
Calm down, Sphene.
Amity, you used her name.
They know! She's the person most notorious for blundering everywhere.
Resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
Uh-huh.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Sphene must be overjoyed to be so welcomed by her countrymen. For their sakes, we need to bring her back safely. I'm glad we were able to hear the will of the Alexandrian people. That fell slow to see the rest of it through. It is a relief to be freed from my indecision. So I had removed my regulator, I didn't realize quite how heavy it weighed upon me. I can finally cram my neck in properly. Everything was so warm and welcoming. The Alexandrians are, as ever, a solid people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Godson. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens, and the bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that regulator away where no one else can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the targeted number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be of no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of neo-regulars in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. I summarized the surplus of the units to account for those, like myself, who have had a change of heart or are otherwise hesitant to register. That does sound like something Calyx will do. Well, we will have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory! What messed up thing is he gonna find?
Things seem much the same.
Sure do.
So listen. You have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Yeah, you finally get to be interesting. I'm sorry, I just didn't really care about Erenville until like we got to like his interactions with Clement. I really didn't get the appeal of the character. Hello, remember me? Hunter from the Thunder Yards. It's been a while, but we met when you first arrived in the dome. We've been talking with Lathander and the others, and thanks to some very convincing arguments, we've come around to the idea that we need to start taking responsibility for the future of our nation. There are those like us who rely on regulars for their work, and others who aren't quite ready to give up what they have. But we all share the desire to make things better. Okay. Let's teleport. This is gonna be a very long one. In hindsight, I should have split it up at some point. For the lab, maybe. I scarcely awakened here when I fell unconscious. Now that I can fully enjoy the gentle silence of this place, it brings tears to my eyes. Last time I had to wait in the cenote, but there's nothing to stop me from joining this fight. Seems Stefano and Alize were the ones to explain the corner our need to enter the cenote. He urged us to be extremely careful, of course. Coming here reminds me of my parents, of all the courage they gave me. It is good to rejoin you all. I need to step away briefly that I might make our arrangements for a certain precautionary measure. We've all been so busy, it seems. An age since last we gathered in such a manner. I must say, we do make for a formidable group. Ah, it is good to see our comrades held and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note, aside from with the message terminal itself. Why, what happened to the message terminal? The wall that receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electrope, all to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept. For the sake of all who love Alexandria, I will not yield nor leave them to despair. Alright, then I'm gonna do it for everyone in the universe, as per usual. A terminal invitation. Still will proceed to the mess terminal. I believe everyone that's determined to be here and present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. An endless existence for the evolution of mankind. Understand what he strives for, but not what drives him to do so with such ruthlessness. It hadn't occurred to me that one might physically enter the terminal, but I suppose it makes sense when you think about it. A structure for creating endless would have required maintenance administered by corporeal hands. When we shut down all the minor terminals, we watched as the endless faded away. I do not believe this was a performance stage to deceive us. As for the missile terminal, however, It has already grown dark by the time we had returned from the virtual domain. While I am loath to admit it, it is possible its true appearance was hidden from us in absence, which is why we must bring this tale to its denouement by our own hand. So this is where the former queen's memories were stored, and she herself tried to erase them. If it is an endless, her resolve was so strong that she would kill her hearts to become the cold machine she believed she needed to be. Living memory is steeped in the dense lightning ether of the ninth. This pervasive energy must be what the terminal utilizes as a power source. I remember little of my awakening. The paralysis yet lingered and my eyes could barely focus. Well, here we are again. It was another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. Yeah. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened first, I couldn't recognize a single thing, and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia, and the royal knights, who laid their lives on the line to defend our life. Sorry, I'm getting a bit tired. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self who so loved the kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling the hope in my heart. This courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save. The kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I should become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. Okay. Together we stand, together we fight. You have my gratitude, and surely Otis and Zelenia will join us in spirit. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of the terminal waits the device which holds Calyx's memories. It falls to us to make this climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, let's bring matters to the definitive end. We will not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm, nor claim the key. The Queen's interested in Mrawa'a for good reason, and besides, it would be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Apparently, Calyx thinks he's taken our measure. I urge to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet could still counsel caution. That he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation speaks tremendously confidence in his preparations. We fall. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of dreaming endless. The Mesa Terminal now accessible. And now we wait.
Twould be a pleasure as always.
Let's get to it.
I stand ever ready.
Victory will be ours. Let's give it our all. I won't let you down. I too can fight. I too can fight. I too can fight.
Okay, sweet. If I had stopped earlier, like probably when we got to the lab, maybe, or probably when we finished the lab section. That could be a good split point. Okay, I'm thinking if within the next few minutes we don't get a party together, we'll call it. Just so I can maybe spread it out a bit. I forgot that it was a big one. Someone's going on their own little venture. Yeah. Aww. Oop, sorry. Did I press something? Obviously not the only viper, nice. Alright, we're going in. Yay, dance partner!
Come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
Aww. Thanks, Calyx. You shouldn't have.
Created new endless for you. Not all at once, but they will follow order. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare to stage battle.
Nice! It's voices, it noises. It's this posse right here. Strip out.
The memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
What are the odds this was someone called Brado because when he was younger? That was embarrassing. Anyways. And down he goes.
Oh, you've overburdened the system. No matter. It served its purpose.
That is natural. That we have. I do like that in a sense that we're using assets like these enemies. It has a point, since I mean they originated from a reflection, and different people would have similar ideas.
To repute. I need not compel them to fight.
Oh, prison. Short distance was actually.
These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals. Your sentence is death. How many can you have?
I'll try! Check. You can't kill me. I am Omega. And down he goes.
Tired? Good. I bid you continue on.
Much smoother. Off we go.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
Onwards to the boss.
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one.
They fall.
Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death. And rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
It's goop. The immortal remains.
Rise and meet the foe before you. An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares.
Get the background. Classic.
It is the midst of the storm surge.
Countless lives are lost in a senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity. Bombs rain down without pause or mercy. The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, urging the promise of the future.
Got him. And down you go! Gotcha, Calyx. Almost there.
Sphene?
Listen to me.
The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calyx's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calyx, how long have you pursued this madness?
About a few.
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
There it is. That's a bit of core.
Calyx!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless Creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require?
He is desperately trying to hide
you have seen it.
that there's something more going
Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
The fear of death.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
Oh, he beat the shit out of a lot of them. Or a lot of them. This guy.
4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear.
You're literally gonna die to become an endless.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
I'll give it back! I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
No one does!
You think that's what I want?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the... What's going on?
They're being registered. Is that what you wanted? Alright.
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty.
You flatter.
To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design.
Concept? Wait.
It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had. But I managed it in the end.
Calyx.
And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
Calyx, what? So... New arena and...
What is that?
It's a blade primal and what it is.
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
The Scions.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
That is a very good abridged way of telling them what they're in for. And now, because this is Dawntrail,
Do you still mean to stand against me?
you smug little shit. You have much to answer for. Yeah, he's getting confidence.
Assuming you win, the defeated ask no questions.
This bitch. The age of Necropolis, now accessible. I'm gonna go and get my stuff fixed. Bye, Necropolis creature. Makes me want to throw myself in with the MCs. Guess while we wait, I can look at things. Defeat Necron. Ah, right, I got him from one of our retainers. Okay. Those are weaker, so I guess I'm gonna be selling them later. Guys, just had a thought. I'm glad I didn't actually wait till next week, because that could have meant getting it in random roulette. Oh god. Anything but that. That's what our deliveries are happening. Fly over to grab that one lookout point. 5 more people. 4 people. Come on, people. Come on, people. Come over so we can play on the playground. What if I do? Living on a prayer. People left. And tomorrow is reset for the week, so it's gonna be hunting. More stuff. Beast. Come on. If we don't get a 20 mark, I might just go for the NPCs. sake of getting this done. The Unlost World, the Ageless Necropolis. Eternity. Necron.
Those who obstruct evolution.
Really sounds like a young Emmett Silver.
The rotting fate of all flesh.
Rahatia! Go off!
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you.
You're stealing your magic crystal!
Drag them to their graves.
Ow!
Away with you!
Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps
it's only just 2 gold stacks, don't worry about it.
Kill them. Bothersome. Kill them.
Oh my god, it's one.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. I will reduce you to ether.
Please don't.
Hold still. You will die for me now.
No.
You understand me?
death is the greatest sin a life can commit.
You literally accept death so you can become an endless. Uh-oh. What? I see the light. Ugh.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Fuck off.
I am prepared for you.
Excellent.
Kill them.
You have to. Forward and back and forward and back and forward and back. Back.
If you must. There. You struggle in vain.
Now I'll show you.
Behold the techniques of the royal family. Take that.
Once the terror takes root,
Oh, she stole my
it
kill.
will only continue to grow.
Help!
Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. I will reduce you to ether. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
awesome.
Kill them.
And it's gone. Man, this fight. It is all but Necron is neck gone. We did it!
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
Ah, dang it.
It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you.
Always the one sentence, isn't it?
It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame.
Huh.
You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand?
Oh.
It grows stronger.
Yeah, it's heavy.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
That just makes the victory all the sweeter.
God damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality.
Uh-huh.
So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
Uh-huh.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Calyx. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war.
Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Alexandria, listen to me!
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
You dumbass.
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
All of you do. You literally heard her earlier.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear.
Oh, someone got knocked out for their thing.
Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
Is fighting its two-headed Kaiju-Z dragon. Axe and two swords, ancient Calyx.
But they can be transferred.
Yeah, they're doing it on sync.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
scared, are we? Oh. Yeah, nice touch. She's overusing her hands. Technically, she was running for a dungeon, and then a trial, and then a big old trial boss. That is literally the embodiment of fear of death.
I gave her my word.
And that is a ridiculously sturdy shield.
People.
She's already had kind of protected her.
And we will protect them together.
Slash. Lock in the fight. She'll be free. Okay, they'll be free, but still.
The others.
That's enough, Uklamat. My turn. Got him. I think. Well, at the very least, exploded that. Put your back in a swing, girl. Not that. Bloody hell.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tuliolo and into the care of a chirurgeon.
Fever. Yeah. She took a lot of damage herself, yeah. That's the difference between us and pretty much any other character. Like, we're able to handle a lot more damage than most people can.
My promise.
Yeah, she hit her a little bit. GG, Wuklamat.
Thank you, Lamati.
That's my dawn servant. Let's bask in the victory a moment, shall we? We can take stock once we've had a chance to recuperate. Phew! It's good to be out of that terminal. What of you? No injuries or lingering ill effects? I felt like drowning like twice. After dealing with that last blow, I hadn't a drop of ether left to spend. Thank you for seeing it through to the end. Good, so next time you won't be healing the LB free? I believe Calyx was working to transfer his memories at the end there, but he vanished at the exact moment the device exploded. Must have stopped him just in time. You don't sound so sure. It's finally over. She has yet to regain consciousness, but worry not. Lemon will be fine. I've been in touch with Valcona. He has made arrangements to convey her home, by which he means to come and fetch Lamachi himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days of it. Oh, Clement. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like sending someone. That's it. We couldn't have done it without you. Yeah, we needed a full party. And once you had to bear it down, you saw to it that Calyx's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. I suppose. No longer will Calyx dictate the cause of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calyx came to know the summoning ritual. Aye. For where there are primals, the Scions are near far. There are still a few from the seats that we had never encountered. And you must consider that those who offer the prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until Valcona arrives. Feel free to go ahead to attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shell en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Should we make for the outskirts first then? We can check on things where there before heading into Everkeep. I shan't be waiting long. After hearing of Lamachi's injuries, Kronos sounded fit to launch himself here by siege engine. That's going for you. I've given Speed an abridged explanation of primals and their enthralling influence. Too much detail would overwhelm her. I was able to speak with Shell and Nerville. I'll share the news with everyone in just a moment. Thank goodness, things are much calmer than I anticipated. No signs of recent violence, the soldiers have been behaving at least. Well, everyone's been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seem untouched by trouble as far as I can tell, but what if something awful had happened? Deep breath, Sweet. Nerville and Shell have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we'd feared, those who adopted knew they were regulars appear to have been frauds. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility towards others. This was due to the calming effects of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted to the county authorities, and I'm happy to report that it seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events, Mrawa'a Kruug, would you be able to handle that? Certainly. I shall return to aid with the treatment efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look into the people you fought so very hard to save? It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. There we go. Yep. Okay. Blades in waiting. Sphene wishes to check on the state of the outcuts. Mayhap I will take you up on your suggestion. Only I am concerned that given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Then why not speak with Mrawa'a? She works the fields in Yupis Halo, not far from here. As one of those who came to see you off before our clash with Calyx, she will surely be glad to know you are safe and sound. What an excellent idea! I think I should do just that. Thank you, Kruug. Look who it is! Good to see you again, healthy. I'm sorry, we did not get words to you sooner. How's everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us, as such. The irregular crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Bopane was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at the medical facility. You didn't worry, with the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. Centuries of work finally paying off. I am sure glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends if it can be helped. I also hear that Queen Sphene, who tried enticing us to become endless, turned out to be an imposter. How can artists feel on praise on people's insecurities like that? And despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it. If I understand things correctly, then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you. And while we live, breathe, and brave, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope for me, for everyone. Now I really should be going, because I have to keep things running without Bopane and the others, and the outskirts need all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a aid of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the proxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating levitans as well. Wonderful, I shall petition Gusson to spread the word. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, would seem. By the way, Mra, Afternoon told me that Korn arrived to escort Lemachi back to Iliolo. Afternoon himself will return to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements, given all that I had in mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Kaluja? I'm going to show he's been running around the kingdom determined to personally solve every problem. As the HUD, he was pitching in over the drift downs with Fernville. If you ask the Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in their general direction. I know that voice, and happy I am to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Kaluja, are you? He was here asking if you need help with anything, or if we had noticed anything. Anyone who had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment, and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran towards the ruins of old Alexandria. He always seems to like it there. Mrawa'a, come and search for us, did you? You didn't have tracked all the way out here, but it is good to see you. Calyx gave us the broad strokes, and Kona has some choice words as well. I'm sure he does.
Oh, welcome back.
Hey, kid. How's it going, lad?
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
Sure has.
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Uh-huh. Imagine it in most Kona-esque fashion.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
Aww. That is his way of saying, you gave me a scare.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do?
You're like 4.
I was useless, even with the king's authority.
You're 2.
If I were strong, more people might still be alive.
You're 1. I will feed you soup.
But I'm weak. So weak.
You're a child. Those who know weakness first often become the strongest. There was a time when I wasn't a fighter. I was but a lowly chef. So
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see.
Uh-huh. Ah, your father's sword. It's Rauja's blades.
My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love.
That is a good decision.
So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades.
Then you're gonna be Gruja of the free sword style.
That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Gululcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Sure. I shall teach you some interesting techniques. And he wants to spar already. He is Guruja's grandson, alright? Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me and keeping everyone's bellies full. How's that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we've past the milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I'd expect Shell and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Yeah. Oh, we had the same idea, I see. Thought it might be nice to catch up with our Oblivion friends before we delve into our more serious matters with the city's officials. Raw. Oh, fair the stars, she's safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there is no substitute to actual seeing it. Welcome back. I have so much to thank you for. The Promise of Tomorrow. The titular final quest for the match. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through much in these past few days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for oblivion and for myself. Kira and Jews would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. Containment complex? Sounds simple enough to me. The preservation facility. The lab where they studied the key suddenly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections. They failed to explain Calyx's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it's prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shell's next expedition to the 10th level. Right, I have a meeting with city officials to attend. Very cruel to leave Raja to answer their barrage of questions alone. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from Containment Complex 1029 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope that the information we uncover will serve Alexandria, the future we want to build. Whatever we may end up finding, however, it's likely to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. And these ambitious plans aside, I think we've earned a rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word and I'll help you settle in. Okay. Let's finish this. River got a fluffy pillow. You know it. Several weeks later, just say a few months.
What an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more.
Order.
The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function.
So good.
Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso-Terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants.
Something that's gonna take them years,
This
probably.
reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy.
No more soul sucking.
Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
Stretch.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Life, it never die. Graha is a little guy.
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Scions, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
And this is why we're turning it on.
Before you go,
Because there's a lot of people that are gonna need a lot of memories returned to them. And they can't do it all at once.
just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
Of course.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sphene from another time.
Oh good, she gave them an update on her situation.
See you soon. So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
Choo-choo. Show us inside. Show us inside writing. Come on. Show an interior.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives. The Taral which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient.
Aww.
The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
Eat shit.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel, then?
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the Vow of Reason.
Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful.
Jeez.
I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Kona,
Oh my.
you're over-exaggerating,
Please,
man.
forgive me.
No,
I
that's
hadn't
how he
realized
is.
her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is! Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve. And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teaching similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. Or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree, especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes everyday. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
Okay.
Yes, I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Aww.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria.
That's my
I
president.
made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
Okay.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
Like that, we have all the players back in positions.
Right, everyone? Begin.
Awaken, my masters. JK. Ah. Alright.
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light? Or was it a gift? The Terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
There we go. Now there's gonna be a weather system and everything. Light and day cycle. To go with this. And this is gonna be on until everyone gets their memories back. Slowly, I don't know. Because there's just too many people with too many memories. And finally, they're able to grieve.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now.
Finally, they're getting back pieces of their personalities that they lost.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
Yeah. Yeah, let's speak.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation, on behalf of its people. I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
Gaston, say more, you fool!
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding.
Because
What
you
I meant
said
to
so
say
few
is,
words, you
it will not
dumbass.
do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
Kaluja's still like 5.
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Kaluja? You have him, don't you?
He's a baby!
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Kaluja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
You already know what to do.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Yeah. So Sphynix to sit on the throne once more. She may have questioned her claim, but the Alexandrian citizens have made their feelings known. We shall walk this difficult road together, as Val Luklamar has assured us. This great nation is set to become an even greater one. How fortunate we are to be here and witness the turning point in its history. Kalyx was also of the opinion that Sphynix should become the Queen of Reason. He would be delighted to hear that she is accepted the role. A new Alexandria Queen has risen. This is an occasion worthy of grand celebration. Get the tacos. Thank you for your kind encouragement, Mrawa'a. Uklamat is right. Ours will not be the easy road, but with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Urianger will be there to help support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sticking out under a corner's nose like this time. The vows of resolve and reason will both come, and we can discuss the future together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home, and I've met some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I would be present to offer them aid. Off we go then. Well, I believe this marks the end of my road as guide. I was intending to accompany Uklamat back to Tuliolo, but what are your plans, Mrawa'a? Didn't you have any other matters yet to attend to in Alexandria? No, you need to stop by the palace first. Khan has been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't made a chance. Please come back with us, or I'll never hear the end of it. Okay. Let's ignore the rain. How long has it been since I last walked these streets? Maybe I spent too long in Solution 9, but this city seems livelier than it ever was. Mrawa'a, don't tell me you were coming. The memory restoration went well, I am told. It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Landsguard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tuliolo for a while. We believe in you, Bowlcut, and whenever you need advice, Vivant is always happy to give it to you. Yay! Oh dear, our vow of reason is out of sorts. Can you blame me? Namachi, you were supposed to be ground for rushing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Kalyx? Is that not allowed? I will permit your training on one condition. You only practice your play in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Kona, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a reminder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. If you say so. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. It's gonna be a long process. It's gonna be months, maybe a year or two. So, that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It's all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There is no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you, to Alexandria? I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and how I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you. Nor fulfilled my promise to the endless fiend. Thank you, Mrawa'a, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again in Toliolao. You'll always be welcome here. It's time I move on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. Oh, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are. I'm hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Toliolao, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Mrawa'a. Even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. It's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older. But my father's authority did pass to me, so till the day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You've really come far, Jugalucha. And you keep on doing us proud, I'm sure of it. I guess you have to go now. So be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. Okay. Let's finish this. Bye, you nerds. Observed no complications with the memory restoration thus far. Thank goodness for small mercies. I'll need to give a full account of what happened here to Thancred and the others. That said, Estinien may prove difficult to track down. Leave him be. You've had a busy time of it, Warrior of Light. Take advantage of this while you may. Uh-huh. When did Daredevil leave Alexandria? Don't tell me he's embarked on some far-flung expedition without saying goodbye. I hear Glurger has packed his bags and left to train to Leolo. Oh, I suppose you would have seen him while you were there. There are still those who can't decide if they want their memories back, as I would restore mine after things calm down, but the truth is, I'm not sure I'm even ready. So we'll make this a gradual process, and give everyone the time they need to prepare, myself included. Mrawa'a, you're here. We were just discussing what's to be done after the coronation ceremony, or our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers in the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is or was a nation of the knife will be the cause of some consternation. It may smooth introductions were the Scions to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Rest assured, Sane, affairs leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphinaud's reports on fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. I had other news. Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed the desire to hold funerary service. Ah, good. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We had yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might hold this service in the highest level of Verakeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departeds continued their journey beyond the clouds. Huh. Seems very fitting for Alexandria. Yes, I hope that from such a place our prayers might be heard. I wish for our loved ones to soar forever joyful and free in that heavenly expanse. After so long a distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Scions are to be commended for their courage. Yes, it is tremendously brave what they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide us and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. Yes. You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what about my investigations, Shell? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Oh. Secret hearing. You recall my first tour of the city after I woke? It was also strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home here ever since. That I now feel part of this new Alexandria is in large part thanks to your patient guidance. And so here I will remain, should you ever have need of my aid in anything at all. Pray do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here for a while, it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs and have no shortage of mysteries into which we would delve. Then be welcome as an honored guest for as long as you like. You are, and always will be, my cherished comrades. Good. Meanwhile, in the space between spaces. Sweating, are we?
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs.
Uh-huh.
I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback, and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
Up.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
Amasian ally. Son of a mother duck. And with that, we're done for today. This took much longer than expected because I forgot that this was long. But we're done. Patch 7.3 is MSQ. It's completed. And so we're gonna be ending the stream. On Friday, 8:40 p.m. Eastern European Summer Time, we're continuing with Cyberpunk 2077. Trying to bumble our way through the reality of being a cyberpunk with a cyber psycho in our head. On Monday, we're continuing with 7.4's MSQ. And after that, round and round it goes. I hope everyone has a good and safe morning, midday, and evening. There's Kaiju-Z bouncing off.